Right. Let's see what we can do. This seems to be alive. Okay. Um, all right. I think I want to work a little further on sort of the renderable objects, and we need to prepare some infrastructure to do that, and that's what we're going to do today. Well, first things first. Rebuild. And everything still works. Good. Mm. All right. Excuse me. So obviously we also don't want to expose these things, so we need to kind of think about more of sort of registering renderable objects. So and for that, I think we can do this. Hmm. Dev struct. You need to be a little bit careful. We dubbed this thing Rob, so mm, so we draw func. Update func. Record func. And destroy func. And of course, let's just And like that. I think I can remove this. This is going to be another public function. Mm. And okay, and theoretically we can also bind the Vulkan context into it. So not that we ever need it, but we're gonna wrap it some more. Okay. So check if the context is right. Check that we have a valid object. And well, it is looking good. It's still this kind of stuff here, but yeah. But as I said, I'm currently sort of separating out renderable objects, and so they're no longer tied. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Uh, yeah, as said, I'm currently separating out sort of yeah, renderable objects, if you will. So they're no longer part of the sort of Vulkan context. Instead, everything that you might want to render gets to be a quote unquote separate renderable object. And yeah, and I've been working on this today as well, and now I just want to wrap it up more. And but yeah, but as I said, it's just business as usual, so to speak. So uh, okay, BC. Okay, yeah, the tab muted or something. Yeah, yeah, but it's not really exhilarating, if you will. It's just yeah, we're trying to create renderable objects. Yeah, it happens. It sure happens. Yeah. Um, uh, okay, we could. Well, I wouldn't call professional, but it's just we're hot rodding in the yard. You know, professionals are would be probably a little bit more careful. No, but we do what we can. That's just um. Oh, I wanna. Yeah, that's just no, and I also I'm not. This is not going to be a long stream as well because I already streamed today in the morning, at least for me in the morning, and I just wanted to finish this up. And yeah, so so I doubt that you'll be missing much. Let's just say that. Okay, but I want to have the. It's just. Oh no, I can't use that name. Hmm. I hate that, but we're gonna do this. Let me just. No, no, yeah, I know exactly. It is really cumbersome. You see, when you're dealing with sort of the rest of, I mean, there's an awful lot of Vulkan objects that you need for the simplest things, right? If you want to have a texture, you need, I don't know, many other Vulkan objects. So the basic idea is that this thing here, sort of the Vulkan context, it just simply hosts the things that even if you wouldn't render anything, right, you still need sort of frame buffers, swap chain images, image views, and God knows what. You need the render paths, you need the queues, the graphics queue, present queue, right? Everything surround this. So, but and it's true that every bit of object that you're going to render needs these objects in some way, but they're more like uh, what they're more like absolutely necessary. So you really need those, but renderable objects themselves, they might be sort of optional in a way, but and so all the information that is required to really render something. That would be this stuff. This would be all the descriptor stuff, all the descriptor pool, uniform buffers. As you can see, the entire rendering pipeline is in here, right? So texture, vertex buffer, shaders, as I said, the entire pipeline, viewport, you name it. And so the idea is then to, have some level of so that that you have some objects, renderable objects that consist just out of these, right? When you want to have, let's just say, a simple sprite that just has a texture, you want to obviously utilize all the other stuff, but not. Yeah, it's not object in the C++. Well, it technically is, but it's not. Yeah, with the. Yeah, that's really ugly. So yeah, I feel you. That's yeah, and this is why I want to have. This is sort of my idea of a sort of separating the parts, including the entire graphics pipeline, from the actual rendering, sort of from the basics of that you need to render. And yeah, that's so I have two large Vulkan objects, if you will. One is the Vulkan context, which is, of course, you only have one or one per device. I mean, that's depending on what you want to render. And then there's renderable objects. They bring all the rest, right? Like the entire pipeline with everything. And but of course, even in here, it could be, maybe it would make sense to have a third thing, because uh, things like the actual, you could potentially add more stuff to the graphics pipeline. So the pipeline itself, or I should say, many different renderable objects could utilize the same graphics pipeline. But right now we're more or less, we more or less really want to have, if you will, only one renderable object anyway, so that we can experiment totally. So we just want to make, tiny examples like I don't know, render a bunch of sprites, right? If you want to do that, you you make a pipeline that just renders these kinds of a bunch of sprites and or whatever it is that you have in mind, or render a 3D object, or switch materials or whatnot, right? So we want to have every single renderable object just to demonstrate a specific part of Vulkan. And so it doesn't really have a fitting structure for, let's just say, if you were to make a game and you have lots and lots of objects popping in and out dynamically, doing other things, and that's, so we're not there yet. So yeah, exactly. That's exactly so. And but also this is always in flow, right? When you do things and then you realize, oh wait, this is better suited someplace else. So yeah, one could easily say that, for instance, the swap chain could be considered something so complex and complicated all on its own. It would make sense to make a struct just for the Vulkan swap chain. But since the swap chain is so tightly coupled to frame buffers, to if you have the depth buffer, if you even want to use it, to the color attachment stuff where you do full scene anti-aliasing, right? Or multi-sampling as it's called, right? Then yeah, so in my opinion, that all kind of is some vaguish rendering surface or whatever you want to call it. So I keep this in the big sort of chunk that I call this context here. And so it, yeah, but finding the right abstraction or the right structures to what put in where, this is more or less what I'm trying to find out, right? It's it's just but I want to have sort of more. I want to have all the freedom to do things, and this is why I either want to have things that maybe redundantly, even though you wouldn't necessarily want to have it redundant, sort of, but just so that you can play around with this and not need to worry about destroying other parts of the code. So so if I want to do at some point a second render object that will do probably different things. I want to obviously have this thing still work and not depend on each other. So this is why every object currently now, as I said, brings its entire pipeline, brings everything. But yeah, it's just really finding the right scope on what to do things, and this can be difficult in Vulkan. And I myself, I'm also not too familiar with what is the right scope and how to do this at all. And when I'm, so this is me just experimenting with that. If somebody more knowledgeable and that has done multiple Vulkan engines might have a very distinct and good idea on how to do things properly. But I don't have that information yet, so this is why I'm mostly playing around with it, and it also takes some iterations, right, to become more familiar with it, and then yeah, you get a better feeling for what to change and what goes where. And it also, of course, heavily depends on what it is that you actually want to render. Right? Some people that have dynamic levels of detail with, I don't know, mesh generation through some weird geometry pipeline, they have completely different. This is completely different setup than you would have for render a bunch of sprites or something. So it's just we start small and just bit by bit inching forward. Yeah. We do this. Well, sure. If, I would be happy. I think I removed the silly Nightbot thing, so if you want to post a link or something, that should work. Oh yeah, but would be nice if. I mean, I still want to find out things for myself, but obviously, uh, yeah. I mean, having additional information can never hurt, right? It's just sure. And I mean, I also obviously looked at some other Vulkan tutorials on GitHub, and yeah, but yeah, as I said, most of the time it's just me trying to make sense of things. It's not, it's also not too serious. So, but we're gonna see. Yeah, but if you wish to share a link or something, or have a if you have some repository or something, that will be great. Mhm. So, all right. Okay. I hope you don't mind. I will. Okay. Well, let's see. Can I can. Oops. Put this in here. Mm-hmm. Okay, that would have been a good idea for me to do as well, to make a def and a main branch, but I always forget. So yeah, let's see what we have here. Yeah, that definitely looks very interesting. Let me I do I have I add this to stuff here because that should be yeah. As you can see, I have okay, so I have them here. There's other things in here, so no, but this is definitely oh yeah, font rendering. That's ugh, I don't like that. Okay. Oh, good. And render doc. Yeah, this I heard so much about render doc. Uh, yeah. I'll figure it out. That's yeah. I have yet to become familiar with render doc myself. I have very it's very interesting to see. So wait a minute. This is the rendered. Okay. I think there might go. Yeah, yeah. This is very likely pistachio. Yes. Mhm. Okay. This is okay. This then seems to be okay. Okay. I see. Well, this seems to be an abstraction actually for Vulkan and DirectX, which is of course fairly interesting. Um, yeah, but I am as little as I know about Vulkan, I know even less about Direct 3D12. So yeah, and of course finding a meaningful abstraction for both APIs that is still doing what you want. I rather concentrate to get the Vulkan part right before I would even dare to consider uh, you know, finding similarities and creating an interface for both backends. But this is definitely a good thing to keep in mind. Yeah, at some point you want to have some engine like thing. Although I don't really like the terminology and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, if you have that much experience that then then you don't really deal with with the minutia of Vulkan. You already kind of know it, and that then allows you to sort of even make an engine like this. But myself, I personally, I don't. Yeah, yeah. Let me see what. Okay, there we see a lot of things here. Um, all right. Okay, now here we seem to, yeah, but as you can see, this seems to be an actual engine, if you will. Uh, yeah, and of course you can utilize the GPU for stuff like this. Yeah, I mean that. You see, making an entire engine is kind of tiresome in a way. But yeah, it's definitely it's a lot of work, I would say. And I don't personally, I'm not a big fan of engines themselves because with every engine you more or less have to sort of please some form of common denominator. Right? So, and I much rather, and engines tend to, they tend to become all encompassing. So engines, sooner or later, they will become the thing that thinks that it is alone in the world and therefore has every right to do everything and and would somehow put a project in a stranglehold in a way, right? So and and of course at that point when you realize it, it's very difficult to change an engine because everything relates to every other thing and it. So I would really prefer the raw functionality and you just implement what you really need, right? So rather than having we could do this and we could do that and we have these thousands of features that we're probably not going to use, really think about more in terms of, well, you're going to implement whatever you need, right? If you but for that, obviously, you need to have an idea what it is that you're doing, right? So if you already know what kind of game or yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely very impressive. For- yeah, and of course, it cannot hurt to actually learn and see what other people do. Um, yeah. Yeah, I mean, an engine makes total sense if you know what you're gonna do and you have a budget. You really, you want to have a low risk, a low risk scenario, but yeah, and I mean, of course, an open source kind of engine is still, I think, preferable to all the commercial alternatives there, right? You don't want to accidentally run into some sort of vendor login where uh, where for some reason or another, uh, if you utilize a commercial engine and for some reason they, I don't know, like you or have beef with you otherwise, and then you're being prohibited from actually releasing a product because they throw the wrench in that and withdraw their license or whatever. I mean, who who can say, right? I mean, I doubt that it will ever come that far, but this is a possibility, right? And I also think that the real engine use is, I don't know, maybe it also inhibits kind of the way that you think about things, right? Because you were always, instead of not being immediately constrained by something that an engine does or needs to have its things arranged in a certain way, maybe it's better again to really focus on what you really want to do. So maybe again, I'm not knowledgeable about these things. So, but I would, I don't know, is it possible, for instance, to create a game like Noida in sort of the Unreal Engine or Unity? I don't know. I Yeah, or something like this, right? You're developing something for a year or two or three or whatever, and then, oh, we have quite the installed user base. Let's just can we have some money? Would be a shame if something would happen to you, right? I mean, I don't know, right? It's just, uh, and of course, I mean, I don't think this will ever happen to projects like what's it called? Godot or something. I think the Godot engine, you can probably use it, and you probably don't have to fear that the Godot team is going crazy power hungry or something like that and will institute some policies or whatever that that I don't think so. I mean, I don't know any. I'm not involved with that project. I don't know anybody, but it just by the mere fact that it's so widespread and such an open source community and all this, I doubt it, right? That but with Unity or Unreal or any of these thousands whatever commercial engines there are, it, you know, I mean, if you're just doing a job, if you have a project, a budget, people working on things, and this is just not what you happen to do, and you yourself are in a very sort of commercial enterprise setting, then utilizing an engine might be a good idea. But if you're just fooling around and you really, I don't know, I don't think it's really truly necessary to have an engine at that point. The engine should naturally emerge from the variety of projects that you made. So this would be my naive understanding, but I may of course be wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that might happen, right? That yeah, the I mean, everything bears risks, right? I mean, as I have only compiled a single Godot example, I believe, a long time ago. I as if for some reason I cannot really get cozy with engines. I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. That's I would also think there's a it's not a company that is sort of merciful in a way, right? It's a community. It's community driven. It's you know yeah. That's exactly yeah. This is yeah. I would see it exactly. I mean, I don't know what would need to happen in order to make Godot this. I mean, if don't get me wrong, right? If Bill Gates talks to the Godot community and tells them, "Hey, here, have all the money in the world, and just we need that for some reason, and you're now doing, working for us," right? I don't know if sort of that would. My guess is it wouldn't work, right? But it just depends, right? Over time, things can change. I don't know, I so yeah, that's so so we want to have a parameter. Oh, and this is us, of course. Hmm? Hmm, no. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Already that guy. Hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's definitely a good point there. It's just that I mean, you can again. I mean, the proof is always in the pudding, right? I mean, obviously, if you look at the uh, things like the Unreal Engine with nanites and God knows what the stuff, so it's all very interesting and it looks beautiful and whatnot. But when you look at the actual game releases, that they have hardware specs that are required that is almost you know unobtainium in terms of hardware, and even if you have all that fancy hardware, the games that utilize these features, the high end features, they tend to not always be all that great. Or a lot of the, if you don't happen to have the latest and greatest hardware, it's not really fun to engage with a game. And there's so many. I mean, I'm always amazed, especially here on Twitch, that people play so many retro games still, right? And that that shows to me the decision of what game people play or whatnot is, I think, is a such a large such a large pool of things that people actually wish to engage with, that it's not just what the shiniest, whatever newest, most power hungry, hardware wise game will win. It's just, it's, you know, a game that has very, that isn't sort of all that sort of graphically impressive can still be tremendously successful. And yeah, so, and I'm still amazed that that still holds true. And yeah. So yeah, it's for the most part, I don't know whether it's really worth investing into. And of course, the only thing you do is you try to find out how other people's engines work, right? I mean, of course, it can be helpful to be an expert with, let's just say, the Unreal Engine, and you can probably be a consultant or whatnot. But in the end, it's just you. I don't think that this kind of stuff is not something that I would necessarily, that is not something I would be looking forward to. I much rather want to understand how the things work in the background of that. I don't really want to deal with a specific abstraction of something. I really want to know how the things actually work on the ground, you know. But then people, whatever floats their boat. I don't mind an engine, but I wouldn't really need one or want one. So let me see VR. I think this can be void. There's no need to return anything here. So right. I think we're gonna need a new file here. Ah, no, no. Once and Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. I will. Yeah. Then have a good time at the store. And, yeah, you too. So so we're gonna go in there. Oops. Oops. We can go. I think we can remove this. So I think we can shift this around. Hmm. All right, all right. I'll do this down here. Destroy Vulkan. Mm-hmm. All right. Destroy random objects. Let's do that. Um, should we do this like that? No. All right. All right. Don't think we need this. So we can forward declare this. Okay. All right. All right. So, but that is not entirely correct. Oh. Hmm. 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 No, there is pool, and we haven't included types. That's bad. But create. Mm. Okay, we check, but we don't care if it fails. Good. At least for now. Well, so far so good. I mean, we're still in the middle of it, but yeah, we can render something, but it's it's yeah. Mm, so yeah, but it sure is. But uh, you mean like in lines of code, or uh, you see, I don't usually finish sort of projects. I just dabble until I'm at a point that I like, right? And then I usually, once I figured out how stuff works, I quickly lose interest. So, um, but I mean, professionally, I work on with a very large code base of yeah, I want to say unfathomable amount of code, but yeah, but sort of just for my own private projects, well, it's really hard to say. It's and back then I didn't even sort of count how many lines of code there were, but this is sort of small, and you know, hmm, it's small. But yeah. As I said, I rarely, finish projects in terms of really having a product at the end, right? It's just that I'm interested and curious in something, and then I play around with this and experiment. And once I found out how it works, I I just quickly lose interest then to do the rest. It's just so yeah, but I wouldn't consider this big. Yeah, but this isn't big by any stretch of the imagination. Uh, I mean, I also have C++ code that is a lot more, a lot bigger. Let's just say that. But yeah, so this, but I have never really counted. And as you see in here, there's, I mean, it looks big. Yeah, I mean, but let's not forget this is here. If we let me you know, yeah, this is a very big file. This is a sort of biggish file, but if we, well, how do we do that? Um, can we do this? Is this? Yeah, but oh, okay, this is 8,000, but there's a lot of comments in there. So let's just see if we can grab uh can we do, yeah, let's just see what we can do here. Vulkan.c and but you can see kind of roughly yeah, I also don't really comment a lot, but it especially when I try to learn an API, and sometimes you don't. So I do this things, right? Okay, which member do these things have, and then I paste them in the source code so that I have them directly in front of me. And as you can see, I do this for all the Vulkan stuff. So that, and of course, then there's debug logging for this as well. So it's it would be a lot smaller without it. If I just say, okay, so this was this, and if we remove every log code from there as well, that would be 300 more. So yeah, it's not, it's so, let's just, and there's, I'm also very spacious. I make enters several times, and you know, double enters, if you will, sort of, or double new lines. Uh, yeah, I think it's much less in reality than this. It's just it looks like a lot, but it's, as you can see. I mean, if pasting a chunk like this will obviously immediately dramatically, but there's very few actual comments. You see the it's just really listing the API and having it right in front of me, um, so that and this stemmed from a time where, I mean, this is the actual Visual Studio code, and this C++ sort of thing in here, this extension. So this one here, this is a Microsoft extension, and that one really kind of works fairly beautifully, I would say. I hate to say that, but this thing is, it's really a boon because all this IntelliSense stuff and so works. I when you use things like Visual Studio, or here Visual Studio Codium, which is a version of Visual Studio Code, but without all the Microsoft gimmicks ripped out of it. There, the highlighting and you know, the C or C++ syntax highlighting and IntelliSensing um, doesn't really. I mean, it works, but not to a great degree, and it's probably really much configurable as well. There are probably add-ons for this as well, but if IntelliSense doesn't reliably work, and I utilized the Visual Studio Codium sort of in the past a lot, um, yeah, you practically have no choice than pasting sort of part, you know, so that you can quickly search, and so just for that. But I was actually fairly surprised how well the actual Visual Studio Code, sort of really the Microsoft version, works. So yeah, but I kept the habit of pasting the source code. Yeah, but Visual Studio Codium otherwise is a very nice. It's very nice. It's a carbon copy of the. It's even though I like Linux and everything, but the whole Emacs VI thing is just I kind of loathe them both, right? It's just it's not that they're bad. It's just that I don't know. You know, if you've ever used a text editor sort of on an Amiga, like Cygnus Ed or I think Gold Editor or any one of those in this variety, or even something like the RSM1, like a really old Amiga assembler. That, and then you have to use VI after that. It's just it's almost impossible. Now, I wish I would be better using VI, but I kind of also mentally refuse to utilize it. And it's just it's it VI for me, and the same is true for Emacs. I mean, I don't want every other shortcut to be some weird combination of Control K X B whatever control again, and especially on a German keyboard. You the alt keys are sort of different, the left and right alt key, and yeah, you have to do quite a lot of keyboard acrobatic to even get a curly brace, right? And it's I don't know. I never gotten really warm with VI or Vim. VI and I know that VI is a little you know, it's I know that VI and Vim are not necessarily synonymous, but yeah, it's just I wish I would be more patient, and I did the Vim tutor thing a couple times, but I really, I need to scroll around. I need to do things also with the dreaded mouse, and just, how do you do this in Vim? Stuff like this where you have mob. I know you can probably do it. But the ease with which you can do it, and it's sort of I don't know. You can do, yeah, but without typing in line numbers, and I have no idea. For me, Vim is already a challenge when I do anything with it. Really, it's just if I do this. Okay, here this version apparently also has syntax highlighting, but you, you see immediately the fact that I have to press I for insert makes it immediately a no-go. I know this is very powerful and the concept, so, but it's just, I don't know. But you can do shift. Yeah, this is what happened when I do shift I and then I do what? Nothing. How do I mark the things that I want to change? You can click Control V, then move up. Okay, I do Control V. Okay, yeah, that is nice. Yeah, and then I do Shift I. Huh? What? Control V. You see, it's just I don't know. Look, I don't know. You see, when if it's not working, yeah, and then you have to switch them. It's not. Look, I have planned other things in my life, right? It's just I don't want to become a VI. This here is the trivialest thing. It doesn't require. Yeah, it's just again, it might be perfect, and I said I would love to be able to utilize it properly, but the hurdles you have to jump through, it's just not worth it. Right? And again, for me, it's immediate. Is the immediate showstopper for me is pressing I for insert. Just no, absolute no. I don't care the reasoning behind it. It's just no. It's a text editor, right? What do you think I do? I edit text, so make this a default or whatever. I'm not pressing I for insert, never. So it's not gonna happen. So yeah, nice, but I don't want to. VI could maybe become like every other text editor and sort of somehow find out what the user wants to do. You know, I prefer the power to be, you know, I don't know. It it's obtuse. I think it's not really, and especially nowadays. I think there is no reason, no real reason. That is just, yeah. It's no. It's just, it's not mine. So I'm actually very glad that there is a Visual Studio Code for Linux. But it's just, I don't know. And I hate the fact that this is some .NET shit, right? I mean, it just look. This is a text editor. Are you fucking kidding me? Right? This is just okay. Okay, sorry. There's Joplin in here as well, and okay, I'm sorry, I lied. Okay, no, let me this. But this is the text editor. It should be one program, right? It's just, what is all this nonsense, right? An Electron, Jesus Christ! But I don't want to think about it. I'm not seeing any of this. I don't care. You know, this is just yeah. So I grant you that, although I don't know what does VI do when I yeah, Sea Lion. This is all Java thing. I know it looks comfortable, but I'm still traumatized from the early days of these Java editors. That and I know Sea Lion is fairly neat, but yeah, but it's again and I do know that's something I really kind of, well, you can say the Visual Studio Code is not free, and that is absolutely true, and that's a little bit of a really moot point. Well, but yeah, but there's just nothing I can do, right? It is free of charge, if you will, and I hate, of course, the fact that every keystroke is sent to Microsoft. No, yeah, it is sort of free. The Visual Studio Code is free. It doesn't cost you anything in that regard, but and it's also open source, if you will. Yeah, and Visual Studio Codium, I think, is sort of the Visual Studio Code, but with all the Microsoft telemetry data being sort of compiled away or compiled out. It's or kind of removed, and so, but as a side effect, then a lot of the extensions don't really work all that well, and the extension, especially this one here, the Microsoft C++ extension, um, I don't know how well. I mean, I believe this one is totally closed source, but I don't know. I and I know there's workarounds for this. There is weird setup even for VI. I know that there's people that have some sort of what's it called, clang daemon thingy in the background that they get syntax the proper sort of IntelliSensing and whatnot. But it's, you know, it kind of works out of the box in Visual Studio Code more or less. And yeah. Yeah, I believe this one here also uses Clang in the background, but yeah. Yeah, but I have never managed to get it really working in Visual Studio Codium. I have to say, this is why I actually switched to the actual Microsoft version of it. Because I was never truly really satisfied, and it was always sort of not really correctly identifying things, right? Oops, just a second. Right, if you wrote expressions in a certain way, it no longer would. Okay, now of course it does, but yeah, depending on where you. Oh yeah, well you could. You see here, right? This is something that annoys me to no end, right? If you write it like that and you have the open brace on the same line, then it properly detects it's a function. If I put this away, as you can see, it immediately stops being a function, at least as far as IntelliSense is concerned. And that is more or less a showstopper for me. I mean, it's just, I, I don't know. I don't like it. And I would think, hey, wait a minute, you're doing all this work and syntax highlight, and it's great, but this doesn't work. Come on. It's just, and as you can see, this just doesn't happen here, right? Oh, it's still a function. I still know it's a function. I can even do it never, I know these are minor things and they're minor annoyances but yeah, but it stays and remains a function. So sorry, at least for out of the box without a lot of effort, the actual Visual Studio works a little, the Visual Studio code here works a little better. And I'm lazy enough to, okay, yeah. If Visual Studio Codium, and again, I've been using Codium for many, many years, and it really always annoyed me. And once you got used more to, uh, if with the Microsoft product it just works out of the box properly, at least to your liking, then I don't know. Yeah, but I just yeah. I mean, text editors, right? I mean, you can start religious wars over these things, and yeah, but and I also want to say that there have been issues in the past. I mean, and that might be an Arch Linux thing, but I had times when I used, and I think you can still see it here as well. The font rendering is also a little different in Visual Studio Codium. And don't get me wrong, I don't like the font rendering in the original thing as well. I hate the fact that there's so much space here between these lines when the thing is commented out. Right, that's just too much spacing for me. I mean, here, right? It looks awkward when you take this thing and place it, let's just say in here. I mean, okay, you see it's a little more dense. I have tried many, many fonts and I I want to say, let me check what font is it currently using. Yeah, but I really, the thing is, it changes. I did at some point, is it some, okay, let's, let's see what this does. Okay, this is, chunky mono, okay, Graybeard. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly for old nerds that I make. Exactly. It's just yeah. That looks that's a really great font. I mean, I like this. What is it? The Liberation Mono? Is this isn't necessarily kind of bad? It, in a console, I think this thing looks cute, but yeah, it's just no. But this one is yeah. But Greybeard. Let me sort of let me save this. This is something I need to play around with. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for yeah, definitely. This is whoa. It's also Cyrillic and oh, cool. This is a uh-huh. Yeah, it's free for commercial use. It's that's 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 exactly that's exactly right. Yeah, there's oh Jesus, don't get me started on funds. I love funds. It's just one can never have enough funds. But it's uh, and of course the Fira code and whatnot, these are all kind of nice, but or the Adobe code font is also okay-ish, but I don't like the ligatures things where when it I don't know, does it do this? Ah, no, okay. Some fonts then change the expressions to where you really have uh, a symbol for these two things. I want to say that it's called ligatures, but I'm not sure. Let me check. Um, maybe I should. Um, is it here? And yeah. Ah, shit. I don't know. Yeah, this stuff here, I really hate that. I mean, that's just yeah, yeah, of course. That's just I know it's cute and all, but it's just and you would write it on a chalkboard probably more like this, but um it's still not I don't know. That's that's stuff I don't want to have. Disabled fancy. Yeah, exactly. That's oh, no, we don't want that. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, as I said, I wish I would know more about sort of VI and Emacs and I see Emacs has a lot of functions but for me it's just I also hate to remember keyboard shortcuts and it's just no. It's too much work. Can't do it. So Although I, yeah, I've heard that there is a debugger in here somewhere, but I always use plain GDB, right? It, I, in the company where I work, the program I usually debug under Linux is so big that no GDB front end can properly debug it. They all, it's just simply too big. It has millions and millions of symbols. It's just whatever you do in most of these GDB front ends, and they give up. They bug out. They're just not used to, when something big comes along. And the only thing I can actually debug in is a GDB. So you have to really, you know, you really have to do it like hardcore. Yeah, yeah, but and I'm also far from being a master of GDB. It's not a day goes by that I don't learn anything new about GDB. You can really program the thing. It's very nice. You can do things like, hey, if you pass this breakpoint, don't stop, but create another breakpoint elsewhere and stop when you go there. It's just you can do all sorts of funky things with GDB, and then that's yeah. But the text mode of GDB is I would say VI like, but it's yeah, I don't know. Oh, can we go up then? There's no. Oh yeah, there's no source code. Oh, okay. Where are we? We stopped it right here. We did stop it here. Okay. I think it. Oh yeah, we have a different code base, so we. Yeah, but I mean there are. Okay. Uh, yeah, right now the source code doesn't match the executable, so I'm just here at an odd space. Maybe I can continue and stop it someplace. No, it's just yeah, we will not be able to. Ah, but don't we have this here? What is this thing doing? GDB. Hey, you see, I also mistype a lot. And when you do this, and when I accidentally do weird keystrokes, and then oftentimes that's not a funny thing to do in VI or Emacs, because then for sure I have activated some function that I have no idea what it was, and I certainly don't know how to undo what I just did. So it's just so this is also yeah, but I mean here you can see I mean, if you're getting used to, I mean, yeah, you know, this is very VI-ish, but yeah, but GDB, I really, I admire that it works with extremely large programs, and I'm more used to low-level GDB than to any sort of plugin, and most debuggers I've seen, native debuggers for Linux, I've seen they're all GDB front ends. So you can yeah. What can we do here? So okay, so we have this. You can look at registers if you want to. Yeah, I don't know. GDB, it's just Good guy GDB. So, so well, I'd say they would normally, but in our sort of code bases where I work, it is exceptionally big. I wouldn't know a simpler debugger than than native GDB. I mean, except from when you debug yourself, right? When you do printf debugging, you just throw in sort of statements like, "Hey, I got this far," and print them out. You know that's probably the most rudimentary form. But in terms of interactive debugging, I really wouldn't know as if by simple you mean sort of low level-ish debugger. I think there is under Linux. What's it called? You can no, I don't know whether there is a more low level debugger than. Yeah, I also, but I'm not sure whether this works under Linux. I think the one that Casey has, I think, is the sort of the guy that I want to say it's a Windows debugger, but I'm not sure. I may be completely wrong. I uh, said I'm not. I don't know, but I also forget the name. Yeah, yeah, it's somewhere in the Handmade Hero network, right? Um, right. And I think there is a. Is this no? Uh, oh, okay. Then it is. Okay. Yeah, ready. Yeah, yeah. Remedy. Yeah, yeah. That seems like the. Yeah, yeah. Remedy. What is it? Remedy. BG. Yeah. Well, it ships as portable five. I want to say this looks Windowsy to me. It is a Windows debugger. So, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but I honestly don't really think the Visual Studio debugger is that bad. It's a little slow, of course, but it does a lot of things. It's, yeah. I mean, one should not debug too much anyway, right? I mean, if half the time you need to program inside of the debugger, then and there's probably something else wrong. Although from time to time, one definitely needs a debugger. So it's just and yeah, yeah, it's 20 minutes works for. Yeah, I think this is very Windows centric, right? You need a PDB file. Yeah, it's definitely a tremendous effort, I would say. Ah, Jesus. Uh, okay. So, uh, do we need to pass it? I don't think. Well, I don't think we need to. Oh, do we need to? Okay. So, oops. OBS is having issues. That's not nice. Hooray. Whoops. Bitrate red. That doesn't sound good. Unstable. No, I have internet. Okay. Well, seems to be recording. Yeah. All right. So we're still not good. Now we're good. I don't know. I'm sorry. Stream went kind of down, or OBS went down. I'm not sure. We'll see. I think I want to extract this. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, now it seems to have calmed down a little, but for me, OBS has brought something up, but now it seems to be fine. Yeah, okay, nice. So, oh, ay, ay, ay. Mm, can I do? So draw. And I think we can completely steal this. And do things like this. So draw, okay. Oops. All right. Record funk. Oh yeah, and update we need. Date funk. So this should. So we have this here. Ah, okay. I need to. Who cares? So. Mhm. Obviously, we need this guy. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. This is now called create. Mm, yeah, we deal more with draw Vulkan is now draw GFX. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Yuckity yuck. GFX. No. Draw Vulkan. Resize GFX. Oh, it's void. Okay, good. Mhm. Okay, we leave this in for now, but obviously at some point can get rid of it. Mhm. Really? There is geo. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. No, you didn't get yelled at. That's good. So we decoupled the app a little bit. From Vulkan. Right. Oh, do I need STB? Oh yeah, in here I might need it, but not in here. So now we can see if we can make a second object. So Hmm? Hello? Save as. It's nice that you always open up on the wrong monitor. So, and obviously, where's our original Rob? Here. Create is already static. Static bool update. Static update. Record. Static. Destroy. Static. Right. It still work? Yes. Now, obviously, we can only have one for now because we need to deal with some other issues first. So, and it's still working. Good. So now we should be able to quickly set up new rendering objects. So hmm. Hmm. Draw frame. Oh, wait. Okay. Just for the time being. Hmm. the pass info. Hmm. We're definitely not gonna do this. So. Ah, hello. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Um, Let me so I wanna check. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I do remember you, and I I also created the Discord because you wanted to post something there, and I yeah. So I think the Discord link should technically now be available. Let me I still have no idea how Discord works though, but how do I get this? Just a second. Um yeah. But that's weird because I made it sort of I when I created that Discord link it said that you know I set it to permanent but I can now I'm trying to find out how I can how do I get the stupid link back? Um Let me just you see here. Uh Maybe I should need to do this in another uh let me open this in another instance so that you can see it. So invite, yeah. But I did I did set this, but it, yeah. So if I copy this, and if you wanna, I hope this is the right one. I don't know. And yeah. You should be able to join there, but I'm not. That works. Can I? This did work? Okay. Ah, there you are. Exactly. So, how do I do this? Hey, back. I hope. Good. Yeah, that's nice. So, yeah, so but it's nice to see that the Discord link seems to work as well. So, ah, oh wait, what? Of course, I wanna. So, I think I. Wait, are you a human? Yes, I think I am a human. Are you fucking kidding me? Eggs? I want to say a duck, but I'm not sure. It's this butterflies. Yeah, this one. This. I'm trying to get you somehow approved here. What is this thing doing? I don't know what any of this is. Wouldn't that be this? Is this thing dumb? Okay. So, I see. You have a. I see. Oh, oh. Holy moly. Well, that looks pretty beautiful. Oh, holy moly. That looks really nice. Is it okay if I show this on stream or when I click on here because I don't, I mean, I'm not sure if you would like that, you know. So this definitely looks very beautiful. Okay. So I business. Okay. Oh, that. Oops. Oh, okay. It's just that's Okay, let's just see what. Hmm. Yeah, that's definitely. It looks all really nice. Yeah. Yeah. What was this? Well, that would be a really long sword, I would say. That counts as too much. Um. Uh. Oh gosh. So mark as red, but I wouldn't know how to do any of that. So I'm sorry for being a complete noob here. Ah. How can I answer? Only really. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and then I can. Can I do something here? Like I can. Can I thump this up? I'll just. Well, thanks. But it's, well, I would really need to think about that. As you can see from the sort of I I wouldn't even know how to work any of that stuff in. It's I mean I will definitely be interested in graphics art in the future, but not necessarily for the channel, but for maybe other projects. But uh, okay, I can do this. Um, here we go. How to how to add incorporate how to add this to add. I would say if I probably might need some graphics art for a future project. Yeah, so and I wanna maybe can I get this so I can get this away. I think we can close this. Uh, Gee, I was right typing. Yeah. Well, uh, let me. Um, Oops. But I need graphics. So still all in the flow. So, well, well, you see, uh, with the channel, it's you know, I don't really know how long I will actually be streaming everything. You know, I still enjoy it a lot, but it's uh, it's kind of difficult to say. So I don't think. I mean, I don't think it's worth the effort to actually add a lot of graphical detail and whatnot to the channel itself. I so. Yeah. Mm, did I? do it the other way around. Oh, no, I'm such an idiot. So, yeah. Um, um, so we have this. Can say again. Oh, So. All right. Hmm. Oops. So, well, well, hello. I am me. That is you. Exactly. Yeah, I was. Well, nothing much is up actually. I'm trying to just repair the nightmare I created, but I'm just in the middle of it. Hey, maybe. No, no, no. Da 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 da. I'll switch back here a little. So now it will work. Will it though? So yeah. Oh yeah. still haven't broken it. That's good. So not breaking something good. Yeah, but so you're telling me vaguely that people are using things that aren't KDE plasma? Because why would they do such a thing? I mean, KDE is great. I don't know what to say. So, so, oh God. So just something happened here. What the hell is this? I don't want any of that. Go away. Ah, I clicked on shit. I should not have done this. So, mm, two. So, so far. Hmm. To get this out. I think we need to change this up a little bit. Well, mm, mm, mm. Mm.
Exploration and dread. An unprecedented threat is closing in on Samus. Metroid Dread. This Samus's disposal is a powerful arm cannon, missiles, her jumping prowess, a new slide.
So. So Not. So, well, I think I can end the stream for now. There's definitely something I want to continue tomorrow, but I think I need to stop the stream for now. So